Welcome in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Now, if you're joining us for the first time today, excuse me, you can tell I'm choked up and excited for our Championship Sunday. It's event number one of a series of 6 events coming over the next 7 weeks in Southern California. Of course, so much credit needs to go to Christopher Boyer, the entire USTA SoCal team. They made it their mission to be able to provide professional playing opportunities to the countless aspiring juniors, rising college talents, and current professionals located in the SoCal area who are looking for those opportunities to test themselves against the best of the best in the world. Certainly, we have some of the best on court competing in today's men's and women's singles finals. And of course, our Cracked Racquets team so excited to be able to bring coverage of this SoCal Pro Circuit for the next 7 weeks. We'll have semifinals and finals coverage of the singles and doubles each and every week throughout the course of this SoCal Pro Circuit. Again, trying to bring the action we love most here at Cracked Racquets. It's that nexus of rising talent players trying to establish themselves so that they can hopefully be competing for the biggest prizes in the sport. Of course, earlier today, we saw Rafael Nadal capture his 14th French Open title, 22nd Grand Slam singles title of his career, extending his men's singles record in the Open era. Of course, that was a fantastic and dominant performance from Rafael Nadal. Hopefully we here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast have something a bit more competitive. And certainly if you followed our broadcast in yesterday's women's singles semifinals, you know competition was the name of the game. We had 2 3-set victors ultimately advancing to today's finals, 2 players who have never captured ITF Pro Circuit singles titles in their careers. They're both going to have that opportunity to do so today. Of course, with that in mind, let's get out on court as our players begin their warm-up, start their warm-up, for our women's singles final. Of course, we'll have our men's singles final coming up after this, going to be August Holmgren taking on Gage Breimer. But for now, we get to lock in here in our women's singles final, and it's always fun when you've got 2 top 4 seeds, certainly 2 of the best players given their form in the draw. In fact, each of our 2 finals competitors have dropped just 1 set on the week. Let's start with the player warming up serve on the near side of your screen. That's 17-year-old Talia Gibson, a name fans tuning in today should get familiar with. Now, Gibson wasn't exactly a standout junior. Now, certainly she was top 50 in the world, and that is outstanding, but was she competing or winning Grand Slam titles? She was not. As such, I'm not going to hold it against you if you haven't heard the name Talia Gibson before, but folks, she's been on a heater here, really kicking off her Pro Tour play here in the 2022 season. She's already reached the first Futures final of her career. She did that back at the end of April, reaching the final, ultimately knocked out in a straight set final. On that occasion, you look for 17-year-old Talia Gibson, again, near side of your screen here. She's dropped just the 1 set. In this tournament, it was yesterday's matchup for her against unseeded but soon-to-be Pepperdine senior Bunyawe Tim Chaiwat. Of course, Tim Chaiwat, formerly a top 450 player in the world. That's one of the best victories, if not the best victory of Gibson's young career. Of course, that's the only set she's dropped on her way to this final. In her previous 3 wins, first round, second round, quarterfinals, the most games she dropped in any of those matches was 5. She dropped 5 games in her round of 16 match, 4 games in the quarterfinals, 3 games in her first round victory. Talia Gibson has brought her best tennis to Rancho Santa Fe, and you'll see it early on in this match. She's a power tennis player. Shades of young Clara Tauson in the game of Gibson. She's going to go big early in the rally whenever she senses her opportunity. Yesterday against Tim Chaiwat, the unforced errors did pile up for her in the second set, but Gibson, despite being just 17 years old, very comfortable playing on her terms. Of course, someone who will be familiar with having to respond to big weapons is her opponent today. It's number 4 seed Maria Masha Kazireva. Of course, the now 23-year-old Kazireva just finished her standout collegiate career at St. Mary's. Kazireva, top 40 player in the ITA singles rankings, all conference first team performer in both singles and doubles, and has already captured a title here in Rancho Santa Fe as she was one half of the doubles title winning pairing. Got to cover that women's doubles final on our Cracked Racquets broadcast yesterday. Certainly will feel good to get some finals nerves out of her system in yesterday's match. Perhaps she comes in a bit looser of the two, but again, Gibson competed in a singles final less than 2 months ago. As such, two players certainly rising up the WTA rankings. Kazireva now done with her collegiate career, ready to play on the pro circuit full time, already earned the doubles victory here this weekend. Again, Talia Gibson, 17 years old, live ranking number 724. Maria Masha Kazireva, 23 years old, currently number 830 in the live rankings. Today's winner going to be a first-time ITF singles champion. With that in mind, Kazireva to serve first. Championship Sunday, ready to rock and roll. And you see right there from Gibson, yes, misses the first backhand big in the net. Second one, winner down the line. Watching these two players yesterday would give the power advantage to Gibson. And it's interesting, this is the second straight teenager Kazireva's faced. Kazireva yesterday, the 3-set win over Yayi Yang. Talented young woman out of Chinese Taipei. It's a very similar dynamic. Yang with the aggression, with the advantage from a weapons perspective. But as we've seen from Kazireva already in this first game, Kazireva going to land her first serve. Going to ask the question always. Kazireva also going to show off her wheels. Defensive skills and turning that defense into offense. We saw it displayed in her singles victory yesterday, the doubles final in particular as well. Early game point chance here. And with that, Kazireva, 1-love on the scoreboard. 12 return errors early from Gibson, but credit to Kazireva, landing the first serve with ease. And we're off here at the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Again, so many people you have to thank to be able to put on an event like this. Not only to have it at the beautiful club here in Rancho Santa Fe, but of course to be able to host a women's and men's event simultaneously speaks to the efforts of people, again, like Chris Boyer, the entire USTA SoCal team. Give a massive thanks to our friends at Wilson, of course, as well. And I mean, just about everyone uses a Wilson, whether it's the tennis balls, the racket. Out in some nice Wilson shoes. Appreciate the support we get from our friends at Wilson to put on this event. 17-year-old Talia Gibson. Her first service game here to start our women's singles final. There's the power being shown off from Gibson. Again, anything in the center of the court. Forehand wing, backhand wing. More than willing to tee off. Now that forehand grip certainly can be a bit extreme. Can lead to the errors piling up, particularly if she catches the ball late. Good connection there, though, for 30 love. All right. Again, Kazireva extending the rally. Certainly a little help with that net cord. Early break chance for our Rancho Santa Fe doubles champion. Someone call Monica Seles. She wants that two-handed backhand slice back. To love Kazireva. And Kazireva, the exact sort of player this SoCal Pro Circuit's designed to provide opportunities for. Kazireva had some pro success during her college career. Obviously had to be the number 4 seed here. Currently 830 in the world is the 23-year-old. And again, the NCAA individual championships, of which she was a round of 16 performer in the singles, ended last week in Champaign. To go straight from Champaign to an ITF singles and doubles final. Not too bad. Tell you what, not many people in Champaign can hit the backhand like Gibson. Catches it early on the rise. That's the wing she's particularly special off of. Right back in this Kazireva service game. Love 30. Yeah, that's nice. Again, Kazireva rolling that first serve into the body. We've seen her use that play now just about every first serve she's hitting. It's not a break until you consolidate with the hold. Kazireva unable to do so. Credit to Gibson. First game where she swung and connected with every ball that she hit cleanly. We're back on serve 1-2 here in our women's singles final. Alex Gruskin here, part of our Cracked Rackets broadcast. So excited to have not only this week's action, but all of the SoCal Pro Circuit going to be able to be available to all of you viewers here on our Cracked Rackets YouTube channel. Let's show what we've got coming up over these next 2 weeks. Of course, it's 3 consecutive weeks in San Diego. Next week, we go to the University of San Diego. Again, men's and women's singles and doubles action pre-qualifier event. Obviously, that date has passed, but again, to provide the opportunities to those aspiring juniors, collegiate players who may not have pro points, but good enough to play SoCal Pro Circuit events providing that at each of their tournaments. University of San Diego next week, Barnes Tennis Center the week after that. Got some fantastic tennis coming ahead for all of you with that in mind. Again, second seeded Talia Gibson. '18th birthday, just 13 days away. Can't give the freebies to Talia Gibson. Obviously, Gibson's got the ability to do that at will. Seen her comfort level with that backhand, particularly taking that ball on the rise down the line. Gibson will give you some free points. Again, 2-second serve return misses. That's tough. Especially early on, you had Gibson down a break. Maybe put some pressure on the 17-year-old, who it's worth noting lost 0-1 in her previous and only prior Pro Tour final. That's the key for Kazireva right there, depth. Can get that ball, again, the closer to the baseline it lands, the more difficult it is for a player like Gibson, even with her contact point to tee off. A couple of errors there for Kazireva. Opening 2 games to the 4 seed. 2 seed responds with 2 of her own. It's 2-all. Yeah, that's special. Essentially had one knee on the ground as she scooped up that backhand. Good depth, good first serve, 3 game point chances. Important hold for Kazireva to steady the ship. Recent St. Mary's graduate, 3-2 lead now over the second-seeded Talia Gibson. Again, coming up after this one, two guys with strong Southern California ties. August Holmgren, recent NCAA singles finalist. Just finished his college career at the University of San Diego. Has earned wins over the number 1 and 3 seeds to get to the finals. Also played one of the more thrilling matches I've ever seen in our men's doubles final yesterday. 20-18. And his partner Alexander Kozbanov won that men's doubles final in the third set breaker. Holmgren going to now take on the number 2 seed, Gage Breimer. Breimer, of course, a standout at UCLA. That's your men's singles final coming up after this one. For now, it's been a fairly streaky start. Again, early errors for Talia Gibson. Felt like that last Kazireva game, her best service game of the match thus far. So things slowly starting to heat up here in Rancho Santa Fe. Good serving from Gibson here. Again, this is what I mean by both players settling in. 2 game point chances here for the number 2 seed. That's ace out wide, does the job. We've seen her hit that spot now a couple of times here early in this match. Y'all now. It's the 4th seed Kazireva. Again, it's dropped just the 1 set so far in this tournament. Pretty comfortable path for Kazireva as well. She dropped just 5 games maximum in her first 3 matches. 10 games total through her first 3 to be exact. Looks to go big there on the second serve. You can understand why. I think she also senses early, well, there's no point in floating that second serve to the Talia Gibson backhand. If I do, I'll already pretty much chalk that point up as a loss. Good first serve to the backhand there, though, for 30-15. See Gibson holding that baseline. She is not a player who will find herself chasing balls, scrambling 6 to 12 feet in that defensive positioning. She's going to hold that baseline, make or break. Couple of double faults there. I think Kazireva can sense that. Smart hitting from Kazireva. Sneaks the +1 ball behind Gibson. 4-3 lead now. On serve is the number 4 seeded again. 4th seeded Kazireva. Looking for her first ITF singles title of her career. She's now 20-7 overall in professional play. Prior to this event, her best result, a quarterfinal at 15K back in July of 2021. Prior to this week, Kazireva hadn't played a pro event since October of last year. Played a 25K in Redding, California. Obviously was a bit preoccupied with the college tennis season since then. Pretty much no points for her to defend till that quarterfinal in July. As such, to have these 6 weeks of opportunities here in her backyard now. Kazireva certainly enjoying this opportunity. 3-4 though. 17-year-old Talia Gibson now to serve. It's impressive backhand there from Gibson. Again, looking at Gibson, career high number 39 in the ITF junior rankings. Played Junior Australian Open a couple of times in her career. Best she ever did was second round. Very rarely she'd leave Australia to go pursue the ITF Junior Circuit. Still could have played junior events this season. Instead now, focusing on launching her pro career. Given her lack of pro ranking coming into the season, that Gibson 23-11 now overall on the year. Again, second ITF final for her. She hasn't even turned 18. Yeah, the depth she can generate is just really difficult to deal with. And so Gibson with the hold for 4-all. And traded breaks early in the match. It was Kazireva with a 2-love lead. Gibson responding with a quick break of her own, connected with a couple of backhand returns there to help secure that break. Two fairly routine holds, though. Now we're at 4-all. That's excellent. Kazireva doing such a great job matching that aggression of Gibson. +1 forehand on point number 1. Well executed ace-T on point 2. Has double faulted a couple of times, looking to go big on that second serve. Should go big again here. Well, fairly steady, but it gets the error. So 40 love now for Kazireva. Not a lot of rhythm so far in our women's singles final. Both players doing a great job executing the first strikes when the opportunity presents itself. So we're on serve. 5-4. 4th seed Maria Kazireva against 17-year-old Talia Gibson. Damn impressive here this season. 23-11 overall on the year. Mentioned the live ranking for Gibson, currently just off her career high, 724. Her career high is 718. With a win today, she should catapult herself to a new career high. May even crack the top 700. Of course, why is that so important? You look at the event we have this week. You see it on your screen, $15,000. It's a 15K event. As you increase the scale of the prize money, 25Ks, 50Ks, 100Ks, the points provided to the players for each win rises as well. And obviously that's how you're going to ascend those rankings most quickly. But of course, you got to start somewhere. Of course, again, so grateful to the SoCal Pro Circuit, our friends at Track Tennis, for providing the high quality cameras you see that allows us to broadcast these matches. The Bryan Brothers Foundation, countless contributors who help make this happen. 4-5 Gibson. Good choice. Take that ball out of the air. Don't give speedy Kazireva as much time to recover. It's very good. And again, we've seen Kazireva struggle with that backhand return, and the returns in general sailing on both of our players. Credit to Kazireva, keeps swinging. And on that 15 love point, thought she did a great job with the depth on her backhand return. And that's a great ball there. May not have been the blistering return winners like we see off the racket of Gibson, but Kazireva finding that outer third, getting the 17-year-old out of her strike zone and stretched. Now a bit of an opening, 30 all. Oh. I like the attempt. The change of speed was a blistering backhand. And Gibson almost half volleying that ball from the baseline. Too cute. Game point chance here for Gibson. I like that. I do like that play, not only because, again, when are you going to see a two-handed backhand slice? Not frequently enough. But B, off speed, out of the strike zone. Now that was off speed, but in the strike zone. Again, Kazireva trying to guide that forehand return with depth. Problem was it was down the center of the court, inside in backhand from Gibson, just lethal. She's got another game point. Exceptional. Nothing you can do but tap your racket in applause. Bonus time here in set number one. And normally you'd say, well, it's 5-all. How important is this first set to each player? I think you can kind of shake it off if you're either of these players. Now, more than anything else, we see both Kazireva and Gibson finding their rhythm on serve. Neither's had particularly significant breakpoint chances since the start of the match. In fact, I don't believe we've seen a breakpoint chance since those opening breaks in games 2 and 3. Yeah, first one was bailed out by the net cord. Kazireva, excuse me, Gibson just strikes that backhand down the line so well. Free point for Kazireva, she'll take it. And again, that's the playbook for Gibson. Go big or go home. All right. Again, server has the advantage. 6-5 lead for the number 4 seed, Maria Kazireva. We're on serve, and stats from this match very steady so far. Both players making 67% of their first serves. Both players 20 of 30 on first serve points. Now Kazireva, she's won 20 points on serve. Gibson's won 19 points on serve. Total points won, Kazireva 31, Gibson 29. Of course, Kazireva served one more service game. Very straightforward first strike. I would give the advantage thus far to Talia Gibson. It feels like, again, when she's connecting with the +1 ball, whether it be on the return of serve or after landing her own first serve, there have been streaks of errors. Certainly Gibson going to face some pressure here, down 5-6. When the 18-year-old's landing her, soon-to-be 18-year-old, excuse me, is landing her backhand, it is the biggest weapon on the court. 5-6. Gibson serve. That serve out wide, also doing tons of damage. That one more into the forehand body there. on that due side, but Gibson turns into that serve particularly well. You know, people talk about the commentator jinx. I didn't say it out loud, but I was thinking, how smooth is this Gibson surface motion? Of course, then she does that on the second serve to make me look good, but just, again, there's not a lot of extracurricular motion, wasted energy. I think there's definitely a little more drive to be had in the legs, but again, 17 years old, very simple, everything out in front. She's just relentless with that backhand. But when I say more in the legs, I just mean, does it look like there's a full spring there? It feels like, again, more bend, more explosion going up into the ball. Finds some more miles per hour there, but finds her spots very easily. And just listen to that sound at contact point. It's like a rifle. That's where you wonder, maybe a year of college tennis would be good for a player like Talia Gibson. Go spend 6 months at the gym in Georgia or Oklahoma State, Stanford, Oklahoma, Michigan. One of these sensational schools. Work on your strength, your power. The weapons are clearly there. Good look there from Kazireva. Again, that was more of a lunge than particularly efficient footwork. Gibson gets away with it. And now we go to a first set breaker. And again, to reiterate a point I made in that 5-all game, it doesn't feel like there's urgency yet for either of these players. Still in that feeling each other out stage of the match. Kazireva, I think, still trying to figure out the most efficient ways to attack Gibson. That would be one of them. Ace out wide to start the breaker. I talked about Gibson, but credit to Kazireva. May not be as in-your-face powerful, but just hits her spot so effectively. Efficient stuff. Couple of big serves. Just like that. 2-1 Gibson. All right. Freebie in the mini break. Go to 17-year-old Talia Gibson. Gibson so quick to the line. No wasting time between points. She's ready to rock and roll. Big first serve into the body. Mini break consolidated 4-2 as we make our first turn. And again, coming up after this one, equally juicy men's singles final. Arguably the best hair at any level of the sport. August Holmgren, NCAA singles finalist this season. Just finished his college career at San Diego. Going to take on former UCLA standout Gage Breimer. Breimer was 1-5 in his previous 6 semifinals coming into the week, so you could see the relief in his face, in his body language after his straight set victory yesterday over Bjorn Svensson. It's going to be a fun match, folks. Certainly this setting the tone for a competitive day. Very slim margins between our 2 and 4 seeds right now. Mini break advantage to 17-year-old Talia Gibson, up 4-2. Good changing of tactics from Kazireva. Hasn't had many opportunities to move forward. Feels like the 3 or 4 chances she's had, she's been successful in just about all of them. And Kazireva does her job. Pressure still on Talia Gibson. She's up a mini break. Protects her serve. She'll take a 7-6 lead here in our singles final. But the pressure is now officially on as Gibson looks to earn her first set in a professional final. It's a bold choice from the 23-year-old Kazireva. Runs around the ball, tries to go big on the forehand. Now gets another look at a second serve. She's going to go big again. Have to imagine she takes some pace off this shot. 2 forehand return errors do Maria Kazireva in. 17-year-old Talia Gibson now 1 set away from her first ITF women's singles title. Tough to say again. You look at the stats from set number 1, very thin margins between our 2 players. Again, Gibson a 60% first serve percentage. Kazireva made 66. Biggest difference, Gibson 12 of 17 on second serve points. Kazireva 6 of 12. Couple of bailout second serve return misses from Kazireva. The difference in the breaker. Each player only one break chance. They converted it. It was in the second and third games of the first set. That was a very even opener here in Rancho Santa Fe. But again, week 2, as you can see on your screen, coming up next Saturday, Sunday, we'll have coverage of the ITF 15K event going on at the University of San Diego. Again, a massive thank you to our friends at Wilson, the USTA, ITF, all supporting these events, help putting them on, help providing these players playing opportunities. Of course, as you can see in the top of your screen, a bunch of others taking the time to contribute, ensuring we can grow tennis at the grassroots level. Investments from people like Crable Financial Partners, the Bryan Brothers Foundations, Southern California Tennis Association Foundation, Bruce Kleege, what the Kleege family has done to help put these events on, just so valuable. Because again, all of these young players, the aspirations they have, we all want to be Rafael Nadal, who, as we saw earlier today, winner in the first of his 14th French Open title. You can see the stats now on your screen from set number 1. Again, very slim margins, just the 2 breakpoint chances, 2 for 2 in this match thus far. It was serve bot tennis. Someone call Riley Opelka. Ask him if Kazireva and Gibson qualify for the category. But again, coming into this match, Maria Kazireva, there's Masha, 2 of her teammates and friends, never participated in a Pro Tour singles final. Gibson had made the one about a month and a half ago. Earned only 1 game, though, in that singles final. Obviously, has upped her count tremendously here today, taking the opening set 7-6. But if you're asking me, does either player have control of this match yet? I would say no. There's not a lot of rhythm in set number 1. Had maybe 1, 2 rallies go over that 10-shot threshold. So again, first set 7-6 to the number 2 seed Talia Gibson. Looking here, I believe we see both players on court right now. Indeed we do, and in fact, we're ready to rock and roll here. In set number 2, Talia Gibson to serve first on the near side of your screen. Number 2 seeds dropped just 1 set on the week. Pushed to 3 sets yesterday. Let's see how she protects her first set lead today. Second serve returns have been an Achilles heel here. Just too many freebies from Kazireva. Couple of easy errors off of the racket of Maria Kazireva. Getting a lot of tennis on the legs. The recent St. Mary's graduate, One Love Talia Gibson holds to start set number 2. You look at the matches played, that's going to be interesting. So you add the 4 she's played this week. According to her dual record, Maria Kazireva, 11-3 at the number 1 singles position last season. Feels a little low though. No, her team 10-10 overall. So I suppose that does check out. So add those 14 to the 4, 18 matches, made the round of 16, means she must have played in the fall. Kazireva, yeah, roughly 40 matches in the past 5 months. Gibson's played 34. Give Gibson time to connect with that second serve return. She's having so much success dictating with that backhand. Again, that's been the single skill I think I've been most impressed with this week. That's what I keep waiting for. The slice. The off speed. Just get the ball out of Gibson's strike zone. Smart serving. Serve and volley tactic. That little half volley scoop from our doubles champion Maria Kazireva, and I love that play. Just take time away from Talia Gibson in whatever form or fashion you're able to do it. In this instance, she's able to do it via the serve and volley. Still only the 1 breaks of serve for each player, 1-all second set. All right. Here's an opening for Maria Kazireva. Again, speaks to the value of landing that return of serve. Gibson offers up a couple of freebies. Now, second serve look as well. Is she going to run around, try to hit the forehand again? Doesn't have to. But that aggressive positioning. Drawing the double fault out of Talia Gibson. So first break point chances for Kazireva since game number 2 of this match. She's got 2 of them here. Stick her nose out in front. Who doesn't hit an inside-out backhand to pace off the baseline down 15-40? Everyone can do that, right? Backhand sprays on Gibson. Kazireva. First scoreboard lead for her since, well, I suppose she was always up in front by a hold of serve, but now first break lead for her since 2-love in the opening set. Kazireva now 2-1 after a couple of errors begin to pile up here for the 17-year-old number 2 seed Talia Gibson. Again, Alex Gruskin here. Our Cracked Racquets team so excited to be a part of this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. This is event number 1. 6 events we have over the next 7 total weeks. I suppose 6 weeks after this. Gonna have a week off from June 19th to 26th, but we've got 3 events in San Diego, followed by 3 events in the greater LA area. Get to see players like the Gibsons, Kazirevas. Yesterday, you talk about all the college ties we had. Kazireva playing with a recent Loyola Marymount graduate. Got to see a San Diego women's doubles team in our final. Florida players Duarte Valle. Incoming Michigan freshman Bjorn Svensson, the former Virginia Tech players. Sada, Harper. Really fun group of people getting to compete. Thanks to these playing opportunities. Credit to Kazireva now. Just doing a good job moving the ball around the court. Done playing through the center. It's just not going to work against someone who strikes the ball as well as Gibson. That's what Gibson does. The moment you think you might have her down, snap off a couple of returns, reassert herself. And much like we saw in set number 1, Gibson right back with a couple of break chances of her own. A nice serve there from Kazireva to fight off break point number 1. Yeah, nothing you can do if you're Gibson there, but put your head down. Get ready for the deuce point. Brilliant execution from Kazireva to fight off 2 break points. And serve out wide. Kazireva digs herself out of trouble. This time it's Gibson with the second serve return error. I love that play from Kazireva. Off speed to Gibson. Whether it's the slice, the loopy ball there, it's just throwing off her rhythm. Something you absolutely have to do here if you want to work your way back into this match. Couple of forehand errors from Gibson. 30 love becomes 30 all. One of those misses. If Kazireva loses this set, she'll go back and think, that's the ball I hit. The opportunity to create breakpoint chance for 30 for 4-1. That's a mistake I made. Oh! That's a good response. Kazireva unloading on the forehand cross court. Good first serve from Gibson to fight off break point, but we see Gibson again. I don't have the unforced error count in front of me. She's certainly in one of those streaks where 6 shots feels like the max we're seeing per point right now. Great depth on the return from Kazireva, and that return of serve again may have bitten her in that first set breaker. She missed 2 second serve returns, down 4-5 and 4-6. Certainly paying dividends right now. She'll have another look at a second serve return here to take the double break lead. Gutsy. Kazireva hit precisely the return she was looking to hit, but a great, again, almost half volley scoop redirected down the line from Talia Gibson. Now we're back to deuce. That might have been our longest point of the match. Talia Gibson fighting to hang on in set number 2. Hasn't had a breakpoint chance in a while. Prior to her last return game, where of course she had a couple of them. But right now, Kazireva is just not making life easy. A lot of success going behind Gibson. Again, the lateral movement, the change of direction, physicality in general, something Gibson's obviously going to have to improve as she continues to work her way onto the Pro Tour. But the errors pile up. And so now it's Maria Kazireva. 4-seed double break lead here in set number 2. Again, 4-1 now, Maria Kazireva. Dominant performance yesterday. She and her partner dropped just 4 games en route to that doubles title. Of course, again, always cool to have the opportunity to watch 2 players compete for the tournament sweep. Kazireva a chance to sweep both the men's and women's, the women's singles and doubles titles. Austin Holmgren going to have that same opportunity for the men later today. Of course, speaking of sweeping, got to talk about Rafael Nadal. Dominant in a straight set victory today over Casper Ruud. Won the last 11 consecutive games of the match. en route to Grand Slam title number 22. Talk about him more on our Cracked Racquets podcast throughout the week, but again, first time in his career he's won Australia and Roland Garros in the same season. Just does not seem to be slowing down anytime soon. With that said, let's get back to it. Maria Kazireva, 4-1 double break lead now. 23-year-old serving on the near side of your screen. Kazireva, such high percentage tennis right now. If you're asking me what is separating our two players, I think when you look at the stats, it's fairly clear here in set number 2. Gibson making just 42% of her first serves thus far. Kazireva capitalizing. She's 9 of 15 on second serve return points. Again, just not allowing Gibson to play the first strike tennis we saw in set number 1. Kazireva extending rallies. We're 3 points away from a deciding set. I love the attempt, though. Again, Maria Masha Kazireva, number 4 seed, 23-year-old, about 830 in the world right now. Much better job of disrupting the rhythm of Talia Gibson. Of course, again, that Gibson first serve percentage pummeling downward. And that second serve return that she was having difficulty with in the first set, those difficulties have gone away for Kazireva. Set points coming up for the 23-year-old Russian. All right, if she's going to call herself Mosh, we should probably ditch the Maria moving forward. Go with Masha Kazireva.
Advantage, Gibson.
You see the difference. What happens when Talia Gibson lands a first serve? Sometimes it really is that simple. That's first strike tennis. That's the 17-year-old Talia Gibson we saw in set number 1. Now, is it too little, too late here in set number 2? The answer to that question might be yes, as Masha Kazireva 5-2 lead. She'll have 2 opportunities to serve for set number 2. Alex Gruskin here. As our Cracked Racquets coverage continues of this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit, we'll be back next Saturday for the semifinal action happening at the University of San Diego. You'll be able to hear our broadcasts and see them each and every week here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Hopefully, as these events transpire, we'll have the opportunity to speak with the Gibsons, Kazirevas, Holmgrens of the world on our Cracked Racquets podcast. Certainly, we'll be recapping these events tomorrow over on the Mini Break podcast, which you can find on our website, crackedrackets.com, or wherever you listen to your podcasts. Again, was a back and forth first set, featured only 1 break of serve for each player. Those breaks coming in the second and third games of the match, respectively. Right now for Talia Gibson, the first serves abandoned her. Struggling with return of serve as well, just spraying a lot of balls here. Kazireva now serving for the setup, 5-2. That's a little better. And Kazireva's had a ton of success with that deuce serve out wide. Gibson reading that one well, connecting purely for love 15. That one overcooked. Seen her have success with that play a couple of times now. Kazireva executing the drop shot well, getting the stretch volley she was looking for with that lob out of Gibson. Just a little erratic with that on the run backhand. Gibson returns the favor with the backhand unforced error. So now 30 all point coming up. Well, okay then. Talia Gibson. It did seem like there was a poise to her in that game. An aggression, a decisiveness. Maybe I'm projecting on the result, but hopefully you all sense that determination there in her body language from the start in that service game as well. She gets one of the breaks back. 4-3-5. Good forehand depth there from Talia Gibson. Swinging a little bit more comfortably. That might have been our longest point of the match. That's the problem here. Is again, every time you think, okay, Gibson's played 2 good points in a row, that 3rd point, 4th point, 5th point, some of the errors start to pile up. The double fault there. Again, for this set here, Kazireva, excuse me, Talia Gibson, 49% first serve percentage, 49%, 19 of 39. She's 6 of 20 on second serve points. I stand corrected. That is our longest point of the match. And again, multiple times you see how much more comfortable 17-year-old Gibson is on that backhand wing, electing to hit 2 consecutive inside-out backhands from that deuce side of the court. Gets the job done for deuce. All right. After all that work. So that's the story for Kazireva in this set. Ultimately, 6 of 22 on second, excuse me, 6 of 21 on second serve points for the set. It's just not going to get the job done at this level. And so Maria Kazireva forcing the 3rd here in our SoCal Pro Circuit Women's Singles Final. You see overall now for the match, Gibson's first serve percentage down to 55% overall. 18 of 37 on second serve points actually matches where Kazireva is. But again, Kazireva's service games have been quicker. Certainly been a bit easier. Kazireva generating the 11 breakpoint chances for herself. Gibson just 4. Certainly seemed to find some rhythm on her return of serve in that final break. 4-3-5, but then a double fault here. +1 forehand missed there. Again, credit to Kazireva, who has found the depth, finding better pace, landing more second serve returns, not giving away as many free points on that return of serve to Talia Gibson. I said at the start of this one, it felt like the match would be on Gibson's racket. certainly, again, with the errors she generated in set number 2, yeah, Kazireva went and took it. But as we look towards set number 3, again, I think if you're Talia Gibson or Maria Kazireva, given the level you've both shown so far in this match, yeah, one set apiece feels about right. So the deciding third set to come, again, full third set. Add scoring, played to 6, win by 2, tiebreaker at 6-all will be a breaker to 7, not 10, like they do in those deciding sets at the French. Tiebreaker to 7. 23-year-old, 4th seed and recent St. Mary's standout, Maria Kazireva, to serve first. Again, right now Gibson just refuses to cede ground, sometimes to her own detriment. On that baseline, wants to be taking the ball early on the rise. Such a smart play. And stretch Gibson's movement. Whether it's to the outer thirds, forcing her to come forward uncomfortably. Right now, Kazireva's in her bag of tricks, and it's working. She has found ways to disrupt this Gibson rhythm. Good attempt. Can all see again, Kazireva continuing to try to stress Gibson. Play on her terms. When you do that, inevitably there will be an error or two. So we see Kazireva one love hold. Again, setting the tone here early for Talia Gibson. It's got to be about landing more first serves. You know, that's a simple thing, but that's one of the controllables you have in tennis. And again, we saw how effective she was just hitting that first serve out wide on the deuce to open up the inside-in backhand. Maybe just get back to that play. And that's exactly the play she goes with on point number 1. Just Misses that backhand drive a bit long. The depth of Kazireva certainly generated a lot of these Gibson errors. But there's a noted development. 2 first serves to start set number 3 for Gibson on serve. Yeah, there's the Gibson we know. Early on the line. Able to change direction with ease. Big opening hold for Gibson. Able to land a few first serves, but more importantly, just get that confidence back in the serve. This is the issue for Gibson. Again, what's plan B? What's plan C? Okay, the power tennis is breaking down. How is she going to extend rallies, find different ways to attack Kazireva accordingly? It's a good return of serve, of course, when she can take it early on the rise. But it feels like that's either what we get. +1 winner, +1 error off the racket right now of the 17-year-old Gibson. So powerful with that first strike. When it does land, though, that's obviously plan A. And now 30 on. Here's something we have not seen in this match. Yes, she won the first set. Talia Gibson was never up a break. Not at any point in this match. So first serve coming up once again here for Kazireva. It's good, smart, early aggression. Just like that, it's game point Kazireva. Good cross-court forehand. And just when you think maybe Gibson senses an opening or has created one for herself, Kazireva responds with a big first serve. And a brilliant kick wide serve and volley tactic. And just like that, we stay on serve. Kazireva maybe playing in her first professional singles final, but showing veterans guile. She takes a 2-1 lead again on serve here in set number 3. Coming up after this, men's singles final. It's going to be San Diego's August Holmgren taking on former UCLA standout Gage Breimer. Breimer, the number 2 seed. Straight set victory for him yesterday over 18-year-old qualifier. One of the stories of the week, Bjorn Svensson. Going to be kicking off his college career at the University of Michigan this season. Of course, again, next week, our coverage picks up June 11th. Have semifinal coverage of the 15K at the University of San Diego. Have Championship Sunday coverage as well. Thankfully, we won't have to go up against French Open tomorrow, next week. I'm sure some of you tuning into the action at the Little Rock Challenger as well. We, of course, do appreciate all of you who are taking the time to join us here on our coverage of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Massive thank you to the USTA ITF, SoCal Tennis Foundation, Bryan Brothers Foundation, our friends at Wilson, so many others for their support of this event. 1-2, second seed, Talia Gibson serving. And that play right there has been good enough. On the rise, return into the outer thirds has taken enough time from Gibson and exposed, again, what she's not most comfortable with yet. That movement into the outer thirds of the court. Good first serve, though, for Gibson there. No more dangerous place in a service game than love 15-second serve. Big first serve fought off. Now, all of the sudden, it's Kazireva. 2 break point chances. One fought off by Gibson. You almost feel like she needs a first serve with her struggles. Finding any rhythm in the outer thirds. Little tentative with the racket speed on that forehand swing. You could see Masha Kazireva's frustration with herself.
Gibson.
Sure. They're missing returns on 2 of the last 3 points. Why not come up with that forehand return winner? Again, speaks to the lack of rhythm in this match. We're back to deuce. Great depth again from Gibson. She sets up another game point. Again, looking to dig her way. Falling down an early break for the 3rd consecutive set. Good sneak forward. That's a tough volley to execute. Going behind yourself, across the body. So Gibson does escape with a hold of her own, and now it's 2-all here. Gibson had a brief opening in the last service game of Kazireva. I suppose has some momentum now after fighting off breakpoint chances. Very smart tactic there from Gibson to steady the ship. Excuse me, from Kazireva. Just a comfortable +1 forehand to the outer third. Of course, after the high percentage play, might as well mix in the double fault. Got to keep things even. It's a great first serve return from Gibson, who's reading that out wide. Return on the deuce side much better than she did in sets 1 and 2. Finally seemingly getting to that forehand a bit earlier. Just giving her more time to connect cleanly with that ball. And now shanked wide, so another 30-all point coming up. Now we're talking. Kazireva shows off the wheels. Credit to Gibson for doing as much as she did off of the drop shot. Great depth on her slice approach. Great getting back for that overhead as well. But the wheels for Kazireva too good, and now she's got herself game point chance. Great depth from Maria Kazireva once again gets Talia Gibson stretched. We remain on serve. 3-2 here. Deciding set of our women's singles final. Of course, Maria Kazireva, one half of our winning women's doubles duo. Yesterday, Kazireva passed the quarterfinal in a professional event for the first time in her career here this week in Rancho Santa Fe, approaching top 800 in the rankings for the first time, is the 23-year-old. Of course, Kazireva just beginning her pro career after a successful 5 years at St. Mary's. Flip side, Talia Gibson again played a couple of pro matches back in 2020. Has really picked up her level. 23-11 thus far is Gibson here in ITF matches this season. That includes the final a month and a half ago in Chiang Rai. A different player Gibson has when she's landed that first serve, been able to be on her front foot again now for the match. Gibson with 68% win percentage on that first serve. There have been a wave of +1 errors like that. But in that second set in particular, again, Gibson 6 of 22 on second serve points, made only 49% of her first serves in the set. Even when you do make the first serve, Maria Kazireva can do that to you. Kazireva, such a better job here as this match has progressed, getting into her bag of tricks, working the slices, the angles, the volleys. That's just exceptional, though, from Gibson, who, while inconsistent, has found her best tennis in some of the biggest moments. Now another break point chance here for Maria Kazireva. Gibson's gone big serves into the body here. Looks like that's what she was going for again. Now here's the question. Does Kazireva go big on this return, or does she give herself some margin? Kazireva goes with the safe play. Gibson makes her pay. That is a bold down the line backhand winner. Second seeded Talia Gibson. And another big serve, so we may see Gibson escape back-to-back games where she's faced break points. Can she find another big first serve here? Yes, she can, but Kazireva jumps all over it. Pivotal moment here in our women's singles final. Saw something very similar unfold at the back end of that second set. Was a net cord winner. Helped Kazireva secure that final break. Kazireva goes a bit long, and she doesn't love the call. Came a bit late. I think she does acknowledge she did miss that one long. More upset with herself than the call. In the end, Masha Kazireva, 2 service holds away from a first career professional singles title. And again, that's precisely what this SoCal Pro Circuit's supposed to highlight. The countless aspiring juniors, rising collegiate talents with all sorts of pro aspirations. Look at that serve and volley again. Our Rancho Santa Fe doubles champion showing that off on the singles court now. Kazireva found big serves whenever she's needed them. In this match, you look for Kazireva. Kind of the opposite story for her on serve today. Kazireva now for the match. 63% of her first serves have gone in. She's won 79% of those points. Faced again just 4 break points in this match. That's what Gibson will do at times, right? Throw in the smack on the rise. Again, has that sort of power in her arsenal. Just long off the racket of Kazireva. Nothing's been easy in this match. Whenever you've thought maybe someone has momentum, very frequently they do not. And now we're back to deuce. Gibson had a volley she wanted. Good dipper from Kazireva there. That might be one of the first non-swinging volleys we've seen Gibson hit in this match. Again, Things have gotten pretty complicated here for Kazireva. Can she find another first serve to bail her out? Yes, she can. Roar out of Masha Kazireva. 23-year-old now 1 game away from a first career pro title. Gonna have to give a massive shout out to our friends at Track Tennis, Igor and the crew, providing the camera coverage. Fantastic quality audio you all hear on the broadcast today. Some of you tuning in on the USTA Southern California website. You can also follow all of the action over the next 6 weeks on our Crack Racquets YouTube channel. We'll be back each and every Saturday and Sunday. Help cover what promises to be a jam-packed pro circuit of action. Of course, again, right now, Masha Kazireva, chance to sweep the singles and doubles women's events here in Rancho Santa Fe. Hasn't always been the prettiest tennis today, but credit to Kazireva, has found big first serves whenever she's needed them, has maintained her aggression, never blinked once, despite the relentless attacks. Pace of the 17-year-old Talia Gibson, who again, second final at an ITF event for Gibson. Very bright future for the soon-to-be 18-year-old. Can she find something here to get the comeback mojo going? That'll certainly help for 15 Love. Again, credit to Kazireva. Certainly, net cord went unplanned there, but has pounced on any opportunity like a net cord she's been provided. Steady depth from Gibson. Can she sustain that, though, for a 20-minute stretch here? She's going to need to if she wants to stay alive. Nothing in this match has been easy. Kazireva senses, why wait for my service game? Get this done now. So Gibson gonna ask the question of Maria Kazireva, but the 23-year-old now serving his first, excuse me, ITF Pro Circuit singles title. Good way to start the game if you're Gibson. Deep, solid return of the first serve. Anticipated she would go back to that forehand. Love 15. And again, there's the consistency from Gibson for love 30 now. That was a bailout drop shot. One break point fought off. Two break points fought off. It's the serve and volley tactics she's turned to down the back half of this match. Put a little pressure on Gibson, drawn a handful of return errors. More importantly, prevented exactly that. Just routine points for Gibson because, again, neither player now probably exhibiting their best stuff. Nevertheless, Talia Gibson. Okay, back on serve. 4-5 here in our third set. Again, looking at the stats in this match right now. First serve percentage certainly getting kinder now to Talia Gibson. You look for her here in set number 3, much better. After 49% in set 2, she's at 24 of 33, making 73% of her first serves here in set number 3. Big difference in set number 3 has been the aggression on the second serve. Talia Gibson winning 7 of the 11 second serve points she's played, just landing more second serve returns. So many freebies handed out by both of these players at various points of this match. For Kazireva, was those 2 missed returns, down 4-5, 4-6 off of second serves in that first set breaker. For Gibson, it's just about every second serve return in that second set. But now we're back on serve. 4-5, 17-year-old Talia Gibson about to serve on the near side of your screen. And it's been a change of fortune, a little bit of steadiness. Gibson's found that 3/4 pace ball now. Nothing's been easy. Again, good patience there. That's just excellent. Patient yet aggressive. Guile beyond her years there for Talia Gibson. Now we're talking. Again, each time these players have been down 15-40 spots or big 30 all points, the servers seem to be coming up with the goods, but Kazireva, what a response. Backhand sails long on her though there. Big first serve. To a big game point here. 5-all. Comes up with that second serve forehand return. Again, that's a ball she missed. 4-5 in the tiebreak. 4-6 in the tiebreaker. Yet Kazireva, the trust to go back to that forehand return. Back to deuce. Inside out backhand from Talia Gibson off the net cord. It was uncomfortable, but it allowed her to keep her court positioning. Great pace, heaviness with her forehand. Another game point here for 5-all. Here's a valuable look at a second serve here on the deuce side for Kazireva. And she nets the forehand return. Yeah. Hard to be anything but frustrated. That was her first look at a second serve there in a while. Bailed out by the net cord on the last one. And again, able to find that on the forehand return. And I don't think that's a bad miss from Gibson. She struggles when she's stretched in that outer third, just trying to keep the cross-court pattern there. With her backhand, credit to Kazireva for getting her stretched. All right. Deuce point once again here. Yeah, that's really good. Again, that play, that serve out wide on the deuce side, attack the ad side open court, just working wonders for Gibson. And gets the ad side point finally as well. Backhand sprays long. We play on 5-all here. Little softball off speed there. Just well hit behind Talia Gibson. The level has clearly increased here, as has the physicality of this match. Just as I say that, double fault thrown in. Another 30-all point here. Kazireva will take it though. 40-30 game point chance. Now we're back to deuce. So far in set number 3, Gibson just 3 break point chances. Kazireva's had 2. That play right there, hitting behind Gibson. She struggled changing directions all week long, but all match long in particular. As we are here in crunch time. That one in the back of your head, folks. As a go-to play here for Kazireva down the home stretch. Game point once again for the 23-year-old. So Kazireva holds 4-6-5. We play on in our women's singles final. 2.5 hours here. Excuse me, now the 2:15 mark of this match. Reset how we got here. Breaks of serve in games number 2 and 3 of the match. Kazireva went up that quick 2-love lead. Gibson responded immediately with a break of her own. They were on serve to a breaker, excuse me, in that first set, where ultimately Maria Kazireva, a couple of missed returns at 4-5, 4-6 to give the first set to Gibson. After that, Kazireva up a double break. 4-1 in that second set. It was a late break from Gibson to narrow things at 3-5, but Kazireva ultimately the insurance break to put away the second set. Kazireva served for this match, though. It's up 5-3. It's broken fairly easily. Did not have a match point opportunity. Well, dramatic service games get us now 2-6-5 for 17-year-old Talia Gibson. Again, both of these players, I should say, seeking their first ITF Pro singles title. Gibson lost in a final in April. Significantly better performance here today than in that match where she won just one game and now needs to win one more game here to force a third set breaker. Strong start here from Gibson. We're 1 point away from a third set breaker. We go to a third set breaker. Again, very early in both of these players' careers. Maria Kazireva, 7-7 overall in tiebreakers in her pro career. That's in any set of any match. Kazireva, 3-2 overall in breakers, just the 6th breaker of her pro career. One would imagine this is where all those years of no-ad scoring in college tennis may play a role, but a buster decide our Rancho Santa Fe final.
Right.
That's been the error we've seen consistently from both players, but from Kazireva in particular. When Gibson can get depth, pace into that Kazireva forehand, the extremity of that grip, she's producing the error. Early one-love mini break. 17-year-old. That's something we saw more of in set number one. The swinging forehand volley, short angle there. Westhoff put a mark on that clip for the highlight package. 2-love now for Gibson. Probably leave that one out of the highlight package. A good off-speed decision from Kazireva. Yes, it was an unforced error, but it broke the rhythm of Gibson. Forced her to think about it for that extra split second. 2-1. 2-1 now, but back on serve. Make it 2-all as the Gibson forehand sprays long. Kazireva hands that mini break right back. Forehand escapes from her. E2. Gibson leads. Eerily similar to that first set breaker. There's a +1 forehand error from Gibson. So let's make the turn all square. 3-all now. And these tiebreakers played to 7, win by 2. And singles final to follow here. Week 1 of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Alex Gruskin. Thrilled our Cracked Racquets team can be here. These are 2 players in the nascent stages of their pro careers. Talia Gibson, second pro singles final of her career and of the year. Likely crack the top 700 with a victory today. Kazireva will be into the top 800 assuredly with a win. 3-all now, 1 serve left for Gibson. +1 forehand sails long. She gives 2 +1 forehands away there. 2 first ball errors from 17-year-old Talia Gibson in an inopportune moment. Mini break lead now for Kazireva. Anything you can do, I can do better. Kazireva. The error long. Longest point of the breaker. Here's the way of Kazireva. Still on serve here, 4-5. Well, there's your longest point of the match. It goes the way of Talia Gibson. Discipline, hitting to the corners. Open up that down the line approach. See the tentativeness, certainly for Gibson moving forward, but it's successful. 5-all now. Here in our breaker. Massive +1 ball off the racket of Talia Gibson. Match point now. This is our first match point of the match. Belongs to the Australian. 5-6.
Oh!
Hate to see the match end on those terms. See what it means to 17-year-old Talia Gibson. And she may have come to these United States wondering, hey, am I going to get a college visit in? I'm in Southern California. Should I go check out SC, Pepperdine, UCLA, St. Mary's, LMU, all the fantastic options. Obviously, San Diego State. Instead, she walks out of Rancho Santa Fe with a doubles title, her first of her young pro career. 7-6, 3-6, 7-6 victory. It's a pretty darn good match to kick off Championship Sunday here in Rancho Santa Fe. And again, championship ceremony now underway. I'll be presenting these trophies, excuse me, to our players, handing out some checks as well. If we can, in the meantime, super producer Danny Westoff, let's pop back to me quickly. What we are going to do for all of you is I'm sure some of you will want to see that trophy ceremony. So we can go ahead and leave that trophy ceremony up for all of you as it unfolds. But what we're going to do here at Cracked Racquets is take a quick 10-minute break. Why are we going to do that? Or I should say 10 to 20-minute break. Why are we doing that? Because, of course, coming up next, we've got our men's singles final, our Cracked Racquets coverage of this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit, going to continue with the final match of event number 1. It's our men's singles final, University of San Diego's August Holmgren, coming off of the best NCAA season, arguably in San Diego men's tennis individual history. He's looking to earn his first ITF Pro Singles title of his now full-time pro career. He's taking out a guy, veteran, another guy with strong Southern California ties in Gage Breimer, the former UCLA standout. It's been excellent all week long, and finally was able to get the semifinal monkey off of his back, get into another ITF final. It's going to be a fantastic men's singles final. We'll have coverage from first ball to last of that match for you all here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. But for now, going to hit the reset button, make sure everything's working on the tech side on our end. Of course, a shout out as always to our friends from Wilson, the ITF, USTA, countless people who helped make this SoCal Pro Circuit a possibility for the Southern California area. A massive thank you to them for their continued support, and a massive thank you to them for including our Cracked Racquets team as part of your coverage. With that said, again, men's final coming up in about 10 to 15 minutes. We'll be back for the start of warm-ups, but for now, for super producer Daniel Westoff and our entire Cracked Racquets team, I'm Alex Gruskin. You are watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Here, of course, right away, those flowing blonde. All right, everyone, apologies for the technical difficulties there. As you can tell, I'm very excited for the final match here on the first event of the Southern California Pro Circuit. Alex Gruskin, so happy to be back as part of our Cracked Racquets coverage of the next 7 weeks of action. 6 tournaments over these 7 weeks, all providing opportunities to the aspiring juniors, collegiate athletes, pro players in the SoCal area, offering them opportunities to compete against the best of the best here. Certainly two of the best players we've seen this week on the men's side. Unseeded August Holmgren, fresh off of an NCAA singles final. University of San Diego All-American, just completed his collegiate career. Goes right from the NCAA singles final in Champaign last Saturday to an ITF Pro Circuit final here on Sunday. Third final of August Holmgren's career. Obviously looking to win his first pro title in singles here today. Of course, Holmgren has the opportunity to do what Maria Kazireva could not and sweep both these singles and doubles titles here today. Of course, on the flip side, number 2 seed Gage Breimer. Breimer, former UCLA standout, product of Irvine, California. It's been excellent all week long. Breimer's yet to drop a set here in Rancho Santa Fe. It'll be the number 2 seed Breimer serving first on the far side of your screen. Championship Sunday continuing here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Folks, you know the magic words. Let's play some tennis.
Ready? Play.
Gage Breimer, 27 years old. Comes into the week ranked number 545 in the world. That's the game plan for Gage Breimer. High and heavy. Was rock solid in his straight set semifinal victory against Bjorn Svensson. And look, Breimer's played a lot of tennis over the past 52 weeks. 93 total matches. He's 54 and 39 overall. Has not won a pro circuit title, though, since February 2020. Just given how few points are offered comparatively at the ITF to the challenger ATP levels. Again, despite those 50-plus wins, Breimer still sniffing outside the top 500 of the live rankings. But off to a strong start is the number 2 seeded Breimer. Again, Breimer 503 in the live rankings. A victory today should put him in the top 500. Help him get closer to that career high of number 444. He holds for a 1-love lead here in our men's singles final. Worth noting, if you joined us earlier, of course, Talia Gibson, 17-year-old Australian, 7-6 in the third set victory over Masha Kazireva. It's the first pro title of the 17-year-old's career. Her and Kazireva, though, were seated on that left side of the court. So maybe it's the sun. Of course, now 2:10 Pacific time. They've moved the chair umpire to the right side of the court. They've moved the players to the right side of the court as well. August Holmgren now serving on the far side of your screen. Expect a lot of big first serves from the 24-year-old Holmgren. And Holmgren into his third ITF Pro final of his career. +1 hitting. Holmgren reached a final last summer at the 15K level. Doesn't have any points to defend till the start of July. So these 3 weeks of SoCal events in his backyard. Perfect opportunity to kickstart his pro career. It's worth noting, August Holmgren has gotten to this final the hard way. Win over the number 1 seed Felix Corwin in his first round match, knocked off number 3 seed Duarte Valle, Florida All-American, in 3 sets yesterday. Look, if Holmgren's going to win the title, he's going to have to beat the number 1, 2, and 3 seeds. There will be no doubt that the 24-year-old will have earned it. That's a quick hold for both players to begin this match, and you're looking at the tactics here early. If you watched Breimer play against Bjorn Svensson yesterday, it wasn't the weapons for Breimer, it was the steadiness, how easy it was for him to target that Svensson backhand repeatedly. Obviously, the one-handed backhand for Holmgren, while consistent, far less potent than the big-hitting blonde's forehand. So Breimer going to have to find that add more depth, pace once again today. At the same time, can't be predictable. If you're predictable, you give Holmgren opportunities to run around the ball, find his forehand that much more easily. That's the sort of ball Gage Breimer's going to have to hit today. Breimer locked in from the start here, 15 love. And I will say, you'll hear the sound coming off of Breimer's racket when he makes contact with the ball. It's a whooshing sound, unlike many I've heard before. See, that right there is what I mean by predictable. If you think August Holmgren doesn't know you're going to target his one-handed backhand, you're just in for a rude awakening. Holmgren connecting early on the down the line. That's good. Keep Breimer honest. 15-all now. And you just hear the snap. Perhaps no player more suited to use a Babolat racket than the free-swinging Breimer. So much racket speed. Team-esque. How he gets after the ball. Big serve wide there. Holmgren able to connect on that backhand. And you see Breimer quickly to the line. August Holmgren going to take his time, go to that towel after every point. Flawless execution from Breimer thus far. 2-1 still on serve here. Set number 1 of our men's singles final. And as you can see on the screen, got 5 more weeks of events to go here in this SoCal Pro Circuit. Can super producer Daniel Westoff, let's show our viewers what we've got over the next 2 weeks. We stay in San Diego area, excuse me, for the next couple of weeks. University of San Diego playing host to next week's action. Would be shocked, despite all the tennis we've seen him play, if we do not see August Holmgren compete on his home courts. After that, head over to the beautiful Barnes Tennis Center, which of course hosts the USTA Girls 16s and 18s National Championships later this summer. We're going to host some futures action in a couple of weeks. And of course, June 18th, 19th, we'll have coverage of the semifinals, finals for you and coverage of all of these events here on our Cracked Rackets YouTube channel. With that said, you hear players headed back on court. August Holmgren going to go hang that towel up. If you were to describe his rate of play, you would definitely say he's Rafa-esque in his routines, point in, point out as such. Takes him a little longer in between serves. That does not seem to disrupt his rhythm. 1-2 here for Holmgren.
Oh!
All right, double fault. For what it's worth, neither player has lost a point on the first serve so far in this match. 10 for 10 through 3 service games. Smart target from August Holmgren.
15 all.
Quick feet to get up to that short ball. Breimer's direction, momentum moving all over the place. Holmgren just goes big center, crosses him up. 15 all. That land good. It does indeed for 15-30. First point lost on the first serve, and that's exactly what Gage Breimer needs to do to keep August Holmgren honest. So Holmgren's going to try to cheat over to play a forehand that far over on the ad side. Breimer's got to take the space available to him. He does. A little bit of an opening here, 15-30.
Oh!
Not much you can do about that. Those are the ATP weapons we all saw throughout the college career of 24-year-old August Holmgren. First NCAA singles finalist for the University of San Diego in over 15 years. Helped lead the program back to a top 20 national ranking. Now the ace out wide helps bring him to game point. 40-30 here. Good defense from Gage Breimer. Tuned in yesterday, Duarte Valle was so good. How he got his match to a third set against Holmgren, just extending the rally an extra ball. Dipping that on the run passing shot low at the feet at Holmgren. Now, I don't think Breimer quite has the fluidity, mobility of a Valle. Great job there extending the rally. That's smart from Holmgren just to keep Gage out of the center of the court again. Hits such a clean ball, explodes through it. And he's hitting the returner serve quite well right now, connecting with it cleanly, generating great depth, using the pace Holmgren provides him on the serve. That when he goes off speed, Holmgren makes him pay, and now game point again for August. A little off speed action. I like the change up.
2 games all percent.
Dane levels things at 2 games apiece. Again, good time for Danish tennis right now. Holger Rune, 19-year-old, just reached his first Grand Slam quarterfinal in Paris. Holmgren, of course, not to equate the two, reaching the NCAA singles final. The rise of Clara Tauson, of course, on the women's side as well. Need to celebrate right now. If you are a Danish tennis fan. Well, again, Breimer, so comfortable on serve right now. Great forehand cross, obviously bailed out a bit by the net cord. Breimer sees the game plan. High and heavy. Pace being the key, depth being the key to that Holmgren backhand. Hitting his back to that backhand religiously right now on the serve as well.
Oh man, come on!
I got nothing else to add. 40 love now for Gage Breimer. Long physical point goes to Holmgren. Then he gets a freebie. This is an opportunity here. And Breimer goes long on the +1 inside-out forehand, and you can see Breimer really prefers to hit that forehand out of the outside corner. Feels very comfortable with the length, heaviness of the shot he's able to produce inside out from that forehand wing. Deuce point coming up here, and look at the defensive return positioning from Holmgren. So smart. And as Holmgren said, simply too good there from Gage Breimer. Their game point opportunity here for the number 2 seed. course, Gage Breimer spent his 4 years of college at UCLA. Breimer, part of some fantastic UCLA teams, including a team in 2014 that, in my opinion, probably should have captured the NCAA title. And if you play that NCAA tournament 10 times, I think they win at least 3 titles. Whenever Holmgren's tried to challenge that down the line, give Breimer time. He is snapping that ball cross court so effectively. Again, dare I say, shades of Dominic Thiem in the racket speed, the snap of that Gage Breimer ground stroke. Another game point here for the American. First complicated service game for the number 2 seed, but Gage Breimer ultimately with the hold 4-3-2. Again, play a little history lesson. Of course, listeners of our Cracked Rackets podcast will have heard me allude to this 2014 UCLA men's tennis team before. That team featured a freshman in Gage Breimer, was the number 1 recruit, tennisrecruiting.net, #1 ranking in the USTA Juniors, Easter Bowl champion. Breimer played number 4 singles as a freshman for that UCLA team, of course. They had players in now top 70 of the ATP rankings in Marcos Giron, Mackie McDonald. Of course, both go on to eventually win NCAA singles titles. Either of those guys played number 1 singles for that UCLA team. That spot belonged to Klay Thompson, at the time the number 1 college tennis player in the country. Again, Thompson, Giron, Mackie, Breimer, Roussel, former top 400 player, hitting partner for Naomi Osaka at the number 5 spot. I feel like I could have played 6. And you like that team to capture a national championship either way. Team knocked off in the semifinals by Oklahoma. Of course, ultimately, it was a different Southern California team, the UCLA Trojans, led by Yana Konofman, Roberto Quiroz. Ultimately go on to capture that 2014 NCAA title. But that's one of the what ifs. Certainly in recent college tennis memory, Gage Breimer playing a big part in that story. Breimer right now escaped with the tough hold. And how frequently after a tough hold do we see the follow-up break? Holmgren had some chances there. Let's see if Breimer can reciprocate, excuse me. Yeah, not much what you can do when August Holmgren's providing that sort of heat out wide. Again, for August Holmgren, 24 years old, coming out of college, certainly again, 24 years old, not the spring chicken at 17 that Talia Gibson is. So easy to project so much success for her in the development moving forward. That said, Holmgren may be 24. He has the weapons of a 24-year-old. That serve, that forehand are going to win him professional matches already, as we've seen this week. How many college tennis players do you have to turn to who have been staples of the Challenger Tour, top 300 of the rankings? Guys like Ty Kwiatkowski's, Alex Richard's, Kyle Torpegaard's, Nuno Borges's of the world. Able to quickly ascend those ATP rankings. I think many expect similar from August Holmgren over the next 12 months. Had it lined up.
40-15.
Good play, bad execution. Still, that's why you build the 40-love lead. August Holmgren, 2 more game point chances here to level the set at 3. Got a little complicated at the end, but Holmgren, the big serve wide, draws the air and levels this match at 3 games apiece. Of course, our singles final on the women's side, just 2 of the 3 sets go to tiebreakers. Tightly contested finals, the theme of the day and theme of the tournament. If you joined us yesterday, you saw August Holmgren, that 2018 in the 3rd set breaker victory for he and partner Alex Gruskin to take that doubles title. Another good service hold from Gage Breimer.
Breimer leads 4 games to 3.
Much like our women's singles final, just good execution in these service games thus far to kick off the final. Again, we're on serve 4-3 in the 1st set. Now again, it takes a mountain and a village to help make these sorts of events possible. First off, you can see bottom right side of your screen. Have to thank our friends Igor and the team at Track Tennis. Got these cameras set up, ready to roll. Obviously, quality of the cameras, the audio you all hear speaks to itself. This is the sort of level of tennis. These are the sort of players who just don't receive the coverage that they deserve. You're all seeing what's unfolding. Not a single pro, maybe one or two people tuning in might be able to hang with Breimer or Holmgren. I think the majority of us watching this here today understand and appreciate the level of these two players. Again, two collegiate greats. Forced to slug it out at the 15K level. That's how difficult it is to succeed in professional tennis nowadays. Holmgren serving here 3-4. All right, love 15. First point opportunity. Good response from August Holmgren, swinging freely there under some pressure. Couple of freebies here for Gage Breimer, now 15-30. And Holmgren's been able to summon first serves whenever he's needed them in this match. Able to do so again there. That's his go-to play. Big serve wide, inside in forehand combination. It's working right now for August Holmgren. Big 30-all point coming up as we get over the half-hour mark here in our men's singles final. Good stuff from August Holmgren. The slider out wide. Game points now. Game point, excuse me. I like August Holmgren getting fresh off the college season. It is ad scoring, so singular game point here for August Holmgren. Tough. Big serving from August Holmgren from 15-30 down. Three well-placed serves bring us 2-4 all. Now again, Gage Breimer's been on fire on serve so far in this match. Had one tough service game, but yet to face a break point. No break points at all in this match thus far. Breimer, 19 of 24 on first serve, 16 of 19 on first serve points. Just high percentage tennis has found that Holmgren backhand seemingly at will with the first serve. And finds it again there, gets the return he wants, just misses that first forehand in the net. So love 15, you hear August Holmgren, first point. See if he can make something out of it. Clutch. And look, credit to Breimer for finding forehands as aggressively as he does on that ad side of the court. If you can do that, just hit the backhand, my brother. Lasered down the line for 15 all. Good rally tolerance from August Holmgren. I love the way Gage Breimer's hitting that forehand cross court. Anytime Holmgren challenges him with the down the line backhand, but just a little too much on that inside out forehand. Holmgren putting the pressure on the number 2 seed. Opening for Holmgren here, 15-30. And for the first time in this match, we have breakpoint chances. August Holmgren, 2 of them here. Looks to take a 5-4 lead. Now we're playing, folks. And Breimer's ability to keep Holmgren honest with that forehand cross court. Credit to Holmgren, he's covering that ball well, but there's not much he can do with it. Breimer's just beating him to the spot cross court. This match has gotten very good, very fast. Another break point chance here for Holmgren. Again, going to take his time going to the towel there between points. Just really good. Good defense from Breimer, better offense from Holmgren. So August Holmgren's going to serve. First set up 5-4. And again, August Holmgren in the 3rd final of his career has never won a set in a Pro Tour final. Holmgren 7-6 first set losses in each of his previous finals. Now, again, he hasn't won the first set yet. He's going to have the opportunity to serve for it. And you look at the stats in this match, that was Gage Breimer's first blink. Numbers looking awfully good for Breimer so far. You see the first serve percentage, 77%, 74% win percentage on those first serve points. Difference being the execution on the second serve. And again, Only 15 points played on the second serve thus far. Breimer 3 for 7. Holmgren 5 for 8. Margins being as thin as they are, that's enough. I don't think Gage Breimer played a bad game there. Holmgren, exceptional, taking that 30-40 return on the rise down the line. This is why we just feel, despite the fact August Holmgren currently ranked outside the top 750, not going to stay that way very long. Holmgren now serving for the first set. Of course, being in Rancho Santa Fe, you heard the reaction to the break of serve for August Holmgren. He's got his teammates, coaches in the crowd, assuredly. Breimer, a subtle fist pump there to what is likely his coaching box. First point to Breimer on the double fault. Great job there from Breimer to absorb that +1 backhand. Did a lot of work just to give away that one for free. Still, 15-all now coming up. Saw Holmgren go off speed at love 15. Look for some pace into the body here. The second serve, folks. Of course, August Holmgren took the tennis world by storm a bit last year when he beat top 100 player Jordan Thompson in the qualifying of the ATP San Diego event. Volley got the depth there. Need that second pass extraordinarily difficult. So now set points coming up. And with that, August Holmgren 1 set away from his first ITF Pro Circuit singles title. Holmgren taking a 6-4 first set over number 2 seed Gage Breimer. Again, for August Holmgren, his pathway to this championship match. Straight set 4-1 win over number 1 seed Felix Corwin in the first round. Was a 3-2 win for Holmgren over current Baylor Jr. Dias Paralek. 6-4 third set win in the quarterfinals over Hudson Rivera. 3-set win yesterday over recent Florida graduate, All-American Duarte Valle. August Holmgren now for his career, 27-18 in Pro Circuit matches. Again, was able to play some Pro Tour events last summer and fall. Finals at 15K, also reached a semifinal, quarterfinal as well. Again, that qualifying victory in San Diego. Also got to play some Davis Cup for his native Denmark. And I'll tell you what, I can think of a worse ATP Cup team than Holger Rune and August Holmgren moving forward. Maybe not in that number 1 spot against the top 20 players in the world, but in that number 2 spot, Holmgren against a Majchak, a Roman Safilian, although of course that was a one-time thing for Russia, but still, I like that duo. Sign me up to see them in the ATP Cup next year. And again, I anticipate by January 2023, August Holmgren will have improved upon his current 780 ranking on the ATP Tour, which, by the way, is a career high for the 240, for the 24-year-old. But again, 6 Pro Circuit events in California over the next 7 weeks. He's already made the final of the first. He can mix in another quarterfinal, semifinal run. Maybe even earn wins at all 6 events. There's a world where in 2 months from now, August Holmgren finds himself already inside that top 500, top 400. Of course, you got to be around top 250 in the world to get into Grand Slam qualifying. One imagines the goal for Holmgren is to probably get in that range as soon as January of next year so he can start playing the Grand Slam qualifying. Again, he'll have that opportunity to keep playing here on the SoCal Pro Circuit next week. As the action moves over to the University of San Diego courts, August Holmgren knows particularly well. Going to have men's and women's action for all of you. Again, was very fun to watch. 17-year-old Talia Gibson earned her first pro singles title earlier today. 3-set victory, 7-6 in the third. In the final. Of course, you look at the college ties. Again, all 4 of our men's semifinalists, Holmgren, San Diego, Breimer, UCLA, Svensson, Michigan, Valle, Florida. College tennis pathway to the pro circuit is real, folks. We're going to see that manifest itself in our next 6 weeks of coverage. With that said, players back out on court for set number 2. Very thin margins separated these 2 players. One loose service game from Gage Breimer at 4-all, and it wasn't even a loose service game. Holmgren connected on a couple of service returns, able to find some early forehands, extend points physically. Both players played a good first set, and there was one blink for Breimer. Just like that, it was 6-4 Holmgren. Breimer yet to have a breakpoint opportunity. Needs to keep pace here with Holmgren on his own serve. He starts set number 2. It's a good start. Look, Breimer's been very efficient. Also plays at a quicker pace, as I mentioned, than Holmgren. You see there, Holmgren going to go to the towel after every point. No harm in that, by the way. Completely fair game. That's been the play for Breimer. Steady serving, heavy kicks into that Holmgren backhand, and Holmgren has struggled to do much of anything. Now, he has connected on a few up the line. Keyword being a few. Let's see if Breimer begins to switch up his spots at all here. He sticks with that efficient first serve, kick serve, rest of the way. finding the backhand corner once again. That would be an adjustment I'd expect to see here in the second set. Wouldn't surprise me to see Breimer hit more backhands out of that backhand corner. A lot of success with it. Obviously prefers that forehand wing. So dynamic off of it. And that right there is why I'm wrong. He continues to run around that ball. Hold at love. See the fist pump to his group. Again, Gage Breimer out of Irvine, California. Likely played many a tournaments here in Rancho Santa Fe growing up. He earns himself a 1-love lead here. Kick off set number 2. And you look at the stats for August Holmgren on serve. Through that first set, Holmgren did what he does best. Asserted himself with the first serve. 12 of 16 on first serve points in the opening set. 14 of 18 on first serve points in the opening set. Only dropped 8 points on serve in his 5 service games. 62% first serve percentage as well. Allowed him to be aggressive with his returns at 4-all. Just very much in rhythm right now is August Holmgren. Again, finds himself 1 set away from a first pro singles title. That's the energy, the enthusiasm. There's almost a youthful naivete around the pro tennis of August Holmgren, as if the rigorousness, relentlessness of the pro tour has yet to wear him down. That's just a guy who loves to be out there competing. The energy, the spirit of the game flowing, through that blonde head of hair. 15-all now. Nice tidy up there from Gage Breimer. A little too casual on that first volley. Gage Breimer continues to roll along efficiently on serve. Again, just one blink for all service game, and it wasn't even a blink. Holmgren just played a really good return game. So if you're Gage Breimer, you're feeling pretty good right now. Here, 2-1 in the second set. Again, Holmgren's been so good on the first serve and on serve in this match, dropping just the 9 points. 6 total service games. Of course, speaking of good, hopefully all of you got to tune in this morning to Rafael Nadal's 14th French Open men's singles title. Rafael Nadal, a 6-3, 6-3, 6-love victory over first-time Grand Slam finalist Casper Ruud. Rafa was down 3-1 in that second set, won 11 consecutive games. Knock off the Norwegian. Again, Rafa just so relentless attacking that Casper Ruud backhand. If you have any weakness, Rafa's going to find it. He's going to exploit it. He extends his men's singles Grand Slam record to 22 victories here in the Open era. First point to Gage Breimer again. And there have been some love 15s, some 15-30s certainly. August Holmgren has yet to face a break point. And that's a credit to his ability to find big first serves and forehands. He's hit himself out of a lot of different problems. back-to-back disputes with line calls, but there we go. First break point chance here now for Gage Breimer. There's that Holmgren fire. Again, another big first serve bails him out of a jam. Deuce point coming up. Excuse me. Now deuce here. I guess Holmgren serves himself out of a jam. Certainly tightening here over the past 20 minutes, but Holmgren able to level things at 2-all. Good discipline again from Gage Breimer. All right, there's a freebie. Certainly helps to have that happen up 30 love. And what's Holmgren gonna do here to break the serving rhythm of Breimer? Just so routine in how he's attacking this Holmgren backhand. I mean, August knows it's coming. Knows it's coming against just about every opponent, but the particular sting right now on this Breimer kick. Again, Breimer's going to keep throwing that high and heavy into the Holmgren backhand. He's got to do something to get that ball to land in. Breimer continuing to have success with the first serve. Finally able to earn a breakpoint chance for himself. Nevertheless, we're still on serve. 2-3 here. Second set, Alex Gruskin. Proud to be a part of this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. A massive thank you to our friends at Wilson. Of course, you know Wilson best for their rackets, tennis balls. If you're using a Wilson Pro staff, you better, I mean, you have to be good at tennis, right? The Pro staff, to rock the all-black stick. From an aesthetic standpoint, you just can't be using that thing if you're shanking left and right. Of course, the Pro staff, the Blade, the Clash, the Ultra. Shout out to the Encode series. I'm pretty sure the Wilson Encode was the first cool racket series to exist on the market. You can't tell me, oh, the Prince Hammer in 1992 was cool. No, it wasn't. Encode is when things started to get funky. Of course, Wilson been supporting tennis players everywhere for quite a bit of time. Really happy to have them here supporting the SoCal Pro Circuit. Against Holmgren, not a Wilson user, but yet to be broken here. 2-3 on serve, second set. Oh! Can't believe that backhand slice drop down. Breimer making these point physical. The pace and depth he's able to continuously produce here in these rallies allows him to maintain that pressure here on Holmgren. Another love 15 opening. Holmgren yanks that one wide, love 30. That's been the serve that's got him out of a jam. Just about every time he's seen that love 30 or 15 all scoreboard, he's gone big wide on the deuce side. Just open up the +1 forehand. On the ad side, it's been big wide to set up the inside in forehand. Again, 15-30 down. That's the serve I'd anticipate here from Holmgren. Flat, out wide, looking to set up the +1 forehand. Or kick wide. I think wide being the theme. I think that counts as a called ace. Put that one on the scoreboard. Holmgren 6-4, 2-3, but under that, Gruskin 1. So 30 all here, and he just went to the out wide, but that's been the bread and butter. Went to it again there. Missing it in the net, though. Breimer cheating over to that tee as he looks to hit a forehand. Interesting. It was a fake out. He faked me out. Gage Breimer cheating as if to say, I dare you. Hit that out wide serve. Holmgren said, okay, I'll go wide again. That's just comfortable serving there from the 24-year-old. Love 30s become 40-30. Why are we where we are? Anytime Breimer's had an opening, Holmgren's found big serves. Now there, Love 30 down, goes big wide on both the deuce and ad sides. 2 second serves bail him out for 3-all. And again, Breimer served first in this match. Holmgren's been chasing from the start, been chasing successfully, yet to be broken. 8 service games up, 8 service games down. Now 3-all here in the second set.
Let's go! Let's go!
Again, interesting. First time we've seen Breimer really take his time between serves. Of course, again, as we are 3:18, hottest point of the day.
Let's go!
Yeah, that's risky. If you're going to hit that inside-out forehand from that far over on the ad side, you better get that ball to the Holmgren backhand, because if you don't, that inside-in forehand, probably the best shot in his arsenal. Love 30 opening here for August Holmgren. Smart play. That kick serve to the backhand has given Breimer so many points here in this match. In fact, again, you look at the stats here. Breimer, 79% win percentage on the first serve. That number dips to 50% though here on the second. Good defense. Bit of a late call. Holmgren, seemingly no dispute. Again, good physicality there from Breimer. Love 30 becomes 30-all now for him. Again, would be shocked to see anything but a kick serve to the tee.
Come on!
I was caught off guard, so was August Holmgren, but Holmgren, enough on the stretch there just to, again, ask the question. Force that additional shot out of Breimer. Goes into the net. Break point chances here for Holmgren. Breimer air mails the cross-court forehand. Actually made a great decision there not to run around that first ball. Had a ton of open court to work with on the cross-court forehand. Again, one of those rare games. Credit to Holmgren, extended that 30-all point. That forehand stab. Breimer gives him 2 errors there. 30-all, 30-40. That's the difference at this level. And now August Holmgren, 2 service games away from his first ITF Pro Singles title. Again, Alex Gruskin of Cracked Racquets here. Appreciate all of you choosing to spend the first Sunday of June with us here, monitoring this SoCal Pro Circuit action. We've got consecutive action for the next 2 weeks here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast channel. Next week, we're at the University of San Diego. Weekend after that, we're at the Barnes Tennis Center. Of course, then a week off for 2 reasons. A, we switched from San Diego to Los Angeles. B, my dad turned 60 years old. Christopher Boyer acknowledging that fact, saying, Alex, we'll give you a week off. So you can go celebrate accordingly. Now, of course, only one of those 2 statements is true. Nevertheless, here's what's true. August Holmgren now up a set and a break. 2 service games away from a first pro singles title. Good second serve there from Holmgren. Hit that tee perfectly. Tough inside-out backhand return there from Breimer, but you love the attempt. And again, Breimer's very good job at extending points, hitting the return of serve cleanly. August Holmgren's just been relentless with how he's followed that ball in. August Holmgren. Good first serve here. Putting himself 1 game away from the title. And this is where you think big out wide. Be a nice little exclamation point here. I meant wide on that +1 forehand, of course, not on the serve. Power into the body. August Holmgren 1 point away. 1 game away, excuse me.
One. 30-15. Come on. Out!
It's a really nice forehand from August Holmgren. He hit that ball from outside the alley. Standing on the green, such thin margins there if you're going to go inside in. But hey, up 6-4, 5-3, playing for your first pro title. Why not? So now he's 2 points away. Got the net cord bounce, but unable to land that forehand. So game point Breimer. See if the former UCLA standout can't force. At least ask the question of Holmgren. August Holmgren, 24-year-old NCAA singles finalist this season, going to be an All-American once again as well. Holmgren helped lead San Diego back into the top 20 of the ITA rankings. Highest finish for the Toreros. 32 years. Of course, San Diego now the number 5 ranked recruiting class on the men's side, according to tennisrecruiting.net. A testament to the influence of a player like Holmgren to help put this team back on the map. Of course, there have been countless others. Coach Macy now at USC. I see Coach Keckley there now. I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to my guy, Sebastian Ray, assistant there as well. Coach Keckley, Ray, building a champion out here. And obviously you got the big brand schools, USC, UCLA, Stanford, but it's the depth out west, the Pepperdines of the world, San Diego's of the world. On the women's side, teams like LMU, St. Mary's, obviously. UC Irvine, Cal Poly's always in the NCAA tournament mix. There's a lot of talent in California. The SoCal Pro Circuit, the opportunity to showcase it all. August Holmgren to serve for his first singles title.
Let's go! Let's go, August!
Second serve out wide to start. Again, looking at the stats from today's match, August Holmgren, 74% win percentage on serve, has dropped just 16 points. What is now his 10th service game, so a little over 1.6 points per game ain't bad. Sometimes you're getting to 30. Good depth on the return from Breimer. 15 all now. Yeah, that's just better than top 750 in the world. Again, obviously, August Holmgren's been a bit busy winning matches for San Diego, but Holmgren number 780 right now in the ATP rankings. And I will be shocked if he's outside the top 500 by the end of the summer. Holmgren 2 points away. Make it 1 point away. It's been big serving. +1 action. Let's put August Holmgren in this position. He has not been broken in this championship final.
Let's go, Pete. First time shot here.
August Holmgren is an ITF Pro Circuit champion. 6'4", 6'4". 24-year-old starts his pro career in the most ideal of fashions. And again, to be in Rancho Santa Fe, so close to that University of San Diego campus. Of course, for August Holmgren, a little bit of heartbreak for him to end his college career. Singles finalist in Champaign, wins the first set, but drops a 3-setter to Ben Shelton in that men's singles final. To bounce back from that, just 8 days later, capture your first ITF Pro Singles title. By the way, it's a clean sweep for August Holmgren in San Diego. Captures not only the singles title, but the doubles title now as well. You see him hugging on the sideline, the fans that came out to support Holmgren. It's just an exceptional day of tennis, as you see now, championship ceremony being set up. But with that in mind, let's come back to me, super producer Daniel Westoff. That'll do it for week number 1 here of the SoCal Pro Circuit. 2 very different stories, certainly. Talia Gibson, 17-year-old, capturing her first pro singles title. She'll now likely be inside the top 700 of the WTA rankings. She continues to work her way up, now 24-11 here in this 2022 season as the age restrictions come off what she's able to play or not. Certainly, she's positioning herself well to make a pro tennis push. On the flip side, of course, August Holmgren comes off of a storied collegiate career, captures both the men's singles and doubles titles to begin full-time pro tour play. And of course, if you watched any of August Holmgren either last fall in the pro finals he made then or throughout the course of this college tennis season, you know he's got weapons that are going to give any opponent at any level difficulties. And to see that manifest itself here again, 3-set wins for him in the quarterfinals and semis. He knocks off the 1, 2, and 3 seeds as an unseeded player to capture the singles title. It's the sort of beginning you expected out of the former San Diego All-American. And again, If he's outside the top 500 by the end of this summer, you will have one surprised camper in me. But as we alluded to all day long, this is just event number 1 of 6 SoCal Pro Circuit events we are so excited to have here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast. We will be back next Saturday for the semifinal action happening on the University of San Diego campus. Of course, we will be here for all 6 of these SoCal Pro Circuit events as we try to shine a spotlight on some of the best tennis players in the country, some of the rising stars you may see competing at the Grand Slams in the near future. That said, for now, one last massive shout out and thank you to all the people who help make these events possible, whether it be our friend Chris Boyer, everyone at USTA Southern California, of course, the USTA, ITF, our friends at Wilson, the Bryan Brothers Charity, so many individuals contributing to help getting these events off the ground, investing at tennis, in tennis at the grassroots level. Of course, we here at Cracked Racquets so thrilled to be able to play any part in these endeavors. But again, a massive thank you to all the people who help make this possible. Massive shout out, as always, to super producer Daniel Westoff on the ones and twos, best in the business. Shout out to our friends at Track Tennis as well, who'll be providing the camera coverage for this series, for all 6 events. With all of that said, for everyone who helped make week 1 of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit happen, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. We'll see you all next week. Thanks for watching, everyone.